Let's jump in and take a look, shall we? See what we can get done, what we can accomplish, what we're in the middle of. Definitely in the middle of something. Still trying to get oil to work. Late game for you is a point of just you could build what you wanted and not struggle to keep people alive, power, or resources. Yeah, I'm definitely struggling a lot right now. There are a lot of things that we are struggling over. Alright, so still a bunch of stuff that needs to get built here. And I have run out of cobalt, apparently? We gotta mine some more ore. Alright, well, we could do that. Remind me that I have resources. And then do that thing. And get ready for a mud to drop on our heads. That's exciting. Where else is a good place to mine out more stuff? Here, I think, could possibly be useful. Aha! This got built. So, I want to copy these settings to here, but limit the max to, like, 100. 200. So that it splits off some of the ice so that it'll melt here quicker. See, that's something that usually works out pretty well. And will keep my water somewhat flowing. This is great. This is all moving fine. Nobody's allowed in here. That's correct. This stuff looks like it's close to being ready. And this is, yeah, stuff is slowly moving. Stuff is slowly moving. All right. Great. Fantastic. Just super good, really. Yo, we got slicksters doing the thing? That's exciting. Very exciting for these slicksters. One must imagine slicksters happy. Air is mostly breathable up here, and mostly not that breathable down here, which is a little concerning. Yo, 70 stream watch streak? Nice. Good job. Way to continue streaking. Glad that's working out. We can always come up here and dig up some of this snow. If I end up extra concerned about water. I should probably spend the effort. Uranium ore? Really? That's interesting. I should probably spend the effort to go find out what is in some of these vents, these geysers. There are a couple of geysers out here that are worth checking out. Maybe there's something good. And then there's all of this. Well, that coal is hard to get to. Good thing I am not relying on coal for just about anything. This is interesting here. Wonder if it's worth opening some of this up to have access to the grub fruit. Maybe. Might be worth opening this up to have access to the oxalate. Oxygen is certainly a thing. Alright, so this is the work in progress asteroid, where work is definitely in progress, but is mostly easy to manage. What's up, Chrono? How's it going? Here is where the problems are. Although it looks like we're actually doing okay on food somehow. I guess we cooked and ate one of these lums. Maybe a lum died at like exactly the right time. So it's feeling mostly okay. And I have 1 Blumlum, so we are actually going to be getting some algae here and there. And I'm not at 0 peat, which is frankly a miracle, I think. So that's cool. Oh, I was going to go kill this Jawbo, but now maybe I don't need it. I'm lucky. A miserable wretch of a fever-filled mucus bag today. My sympathies. That does sound miserable. That sounds really not fun at all. I'm gonna open my way into here. Seems worth doing, actually. We'll, run some diggies. So that I can access the Biobot builder? Fascinating. And then there's a ton of skill points to deliver, and I don't know how feasible it is to actually spend any of these. On account of my poor dupes are miserable all the time. Senna, I think, is maybe in a position to spend a point. Now that Senna is back home. Pei is definitely in a position to spend a point. Noirshot's doing okay. That's a lot of morale. Wow, what have you been doing? Just normal things, I guess. That's cool. Oh, good for you. Lyra definitely has room here. Not excited about any of these. Maybe medicine? Gossman's our doctor. We do need advanced medical care, I think. That's what this wanted? Advanced medical care. Alright. Well, let's start committing them points. Gotta get the doctoring at some point. If you die, I can use your body for compost. That's exciting. I've never been given that opportunity before. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, I guess. Bunch of brine up here? What am I gonna do about that? Not much at the moment. This is elaborate. Somnium synthesizer. I've discovered a new dream analyzing building buried deep in our asteroid. It seems to contain new sleep-specific suits. Could these be the key to unlocking my duplicant's ability to dream? I didn't know that was a thing that needed to be unlocked. I've often wondered what they might be capable of once their imaginations were awakened. Have I wondered that? I don't know that I've wondered that. But okay, I guess we can say I've wondered that. I'm willing to believe that that's a thing I've wondered. This is not opened yet. I have deliberately not opened this yet. I think I made that choice. I think that was intentional. Sounds really impractical for a dangerous slave colony hurtling through space. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. This needs... Oh, right. I need to get to the toilet before I can activate that. We've got to go, we've got to unclog the toilet first. For whatever reason, that is a related situation. Yep. Yep. And you're still not going to give me... now we're on 3% for Sanishell roe eggs. Okay. So maybe this is enough water? Now that the buildings are flooded, yes, this is enough water. Heck. I suppose that was always a concern. Alright, well, in that case... I'm going to open this up and then build some extra tile here so that the grooming station and the critter feeder can be in a position where they are not flooded. So that's something that needs to happen. What else am I working on here? What else buttons do I need to press before I unpause? Or do we just unpause and let the game continue as it will? Brackine. Why is brackine in a milk carton? Sodium rich. Useful in ranching, I suppose. What does it do when ranching? I guess improves the mental state of the animals so that they are happier under worse conditions. Does seem like a thing. All right, what am I doing here? The other thing that I need to be doing is playing around. Oh, this opened up. Okay. Yeah, definitely can't mop up any of that. But this can be activated. This has been activated. So now it'll start dumping stuff. Okay. So now I have the receiving point for the oil potentially up and running in the near future, depending on what I want to do with it. And I have to decide whether I am processing the oil on Grasona or processing the oil on Neolato. Because the raw oil needs to run through refinement. An oil refinery? Which requires duplicate operation? So the natural gas is more useful here than it would be on the other planet, I think, given that I already have a natural gas power facility set up here. And then we can send the petroleum. Yeah, we can send the petroleum out to the other planet. I just have an incoming pipe with petroleum, and then whatever I want to do with the petroleum, I can do over here. That seems not unreasonable. We are getting a lot of oxygen down here, so that's actually working. We are maybe going to have a breathable atmosphere again. It's been a long time coming. Right, 95-degree salt water over here. Okay. Well, I guess I just hit play and move on, and we'll continue doing the thing, whatever the thing is. And then this I wanted to open up. Oh, I finished a research. Lucky. Advanced science until the asteroid hits. I mean, pretty much. It's kind of where we're at. Is I'm just gonna keep hitting... Like, none of these things feel like they're even remotely important to me. For a while yet. So... just gonna keep hitting buttons. Well, I actually finished this. I got enough of the little data discs just from cruising around locally that I was able to fully research this? That's wild. That's a weird choice for a thing to fully research. But okay, here we are. Pressurized forging. Whoa. Refined carbon. Radiation refinement. I'm gonna need that if I really want Radbolt anything, I think. Beach chair. Sure. Sensitive micro-imaging. Analyzes adjacent space. Okay. That good? Mass produces data banks. You know, maybe I should have been 250 data banks. That's a lot of data banks, my friend. That's a lot of data banks. Remote controller. Huh. That's cool. That's a cool thing. Which is the anti-asteroid tech device? I have it researched already. It's blast shot. We need to make blast shot, but that requires petroleum. So once I start piping over petroleum, I'm actually, like, set. I just don't know how long it's going to take before we get there. All right. Well, I'm not going to worry about any of that because I don't have any databanks left over, I don't think. So we'll just continue doing the stuff that I can actually finish. And leave it at that. For now, anyway. Outside of stable. Why is this not a stable? Oh, it's slightly too big. Well, good thing I'm building more tiles. Is the water too hot? Is it hot here? Toasty surroundings. What are you talking about? $39. Why is it 39 here? I must have been bringing over warm water. Yeah, the water itself must have been warm. Yep. All right. The grooming station now goes here. And the feeder goes here. Chilly surroundings. What? Make up your mind. What? I don't understand. Chilly surroundings, huh? What about these surroundings are chilly? It's still 35°C. Is it just because you're underwater? I don't get it. Okay, whatever. Oh, liquid exposure. Yeah. Bionics can't go in here. Don't do that. How's Grissona doing? We doing the thing? Work is progressing. Ooh, the sieves are powered. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. I want to hold... I want a storage bin here for the sand. Not doing a lot of storage on this particular asteroid, but I want a storage bin for the sand. Unrefrigerated food. Yeah, that happens because the refrigerator is not powered. We can start powering the fridge, actually. I'm not mad about that. Now that we have power from the natural gas generators. All right, so is this piping done yet? It looks like it is actually set up, so that's great. And then we have a thing for the oil to go to, and then I have to figure out how I am processing the oil. That is a thing I haven't figured out yet. Probably going to set up some oil processing here, and then we can send the natural gas up to here. And then this is where the petroleum is going to go to, since this is the thing that sends stuff to the other place. All right, so I suppose it's maybe time to start figuring that out. Time to start putting that together. I don't wanna. It's difficult. All right. How do oil refineries do the thing? 10 kilograms per second of crude oil. It will... The natural gas is just released. There's not a gas output pipe. Rude. Natural gas goes underneath oxygen. Right? It's like oxygen, natural gas, carbon dioxide. I don't remember its density or weight factor, and it doesn't look like it's showing here, which is a little weird. I would have expected that value to show up here. Yeah, oil refinery just releases natural gas into the environment, which blows. Petrol processing would be similar to my natural gas geyser setup. Filtered initially, it could be skipped once they're dispersed. Yeah, I was thinking about, like, my initial approach to it, I think, was, treat it like the, like my hydrogen setup. Or maybe like my deoxidizer, the rust oxidizer setup, right? Which has, just like it's in a well, and then there's a sensor for chlorine, and if there's chlorine, it ships it out. But given that dupes have to be in that room, I'm a little concerned because there's going to be carbon dioxide generated there too. So yeah, maybe the like airlock hallway filtering business like I did over here is probably the best approach. All right, which means I need a little bit more room in order to set this area up. Where am I going to be doing this? Airlock homes. Yes, correct. my favorite mystery solving spaceship equipment, airlock homes. It took a while to come together. Do I need to do anything else with this? This looks like it's just doing the thing, and that's fine. I might need to close this off because I'm a little worried about how this polluted water is kind of going to a variety of places. Alright, where am I going to put my oil processing? There's these like pools of polluted water here which kind of restrict the available space over on this side, but this feels like a pretty natural place to do it otherwise. So the oil is going here, which means processing next to that seems like a pretty natural place. The natural gas has to go up to here, and the petroleum is going out to the supply teleporter unit. So somewhere kind of in this area seems like a natural place to put it. I'm just a little bit worried because there's not a lot of room available for it. That shouldn't be too bad, though. That should be pretty manageable. I'm not sure how much room I actually need. And I can set up, like, my airlock, like, I don't know, here or something. And then ladder up and have my actual oil processing in this area. Separated from here, of course, right? Like, just tile all of this off. And then tile here and have this be my airlock and then get into here. How much pea water is there? How much storage would be needed to just store it? I haven't done a lot with like storing or moving the polluted water. It's just kind of there. This is, I don't know, 20-ish tiles of polluted water. Which is how many reservoirs? If I was actually going to try and, like, pump it out or move it. That's, let's say, 5 liquid reservoirs to store this. Yeah, I think I'm pretty comfy with this setup, actually. Okay, so before I start laying out anything else, what do I actually need in this room? Right? If we're doing an oil refinery, like this, for example, we need to get the oil into it, and it needs to pump petroleum somewhere. And then every once in a while, this thing will fire off and pull out the natural gas. At 10 kilograms a second, long time for one pump to do so. Yeah. I wanted a second oil refinery. This needs to be exactly one more space over. I don't actually know how many oil refineries need to be in this room. How much oil does a single refinery process? Refinement. 10 kilograms per second. And how much output am I getting from these oil wells? One third of 10 kilograms per second. So even with both of these oil wells running full tilt, one refinery will be enough to handle all of my output. Does anything else need to be in this room? And I do have a third oil reservoir. I have plenty of oil reservoirs that I can tap, actually. But given what I am currently tapping, one oil refinery will more than keep up. And I don't think I need to go to more than this until I get some more automated way of refining the oil that doesn't require dupes to constantly work at it. Thermal management. I keep forgetting about temperature. But yeah, you're definitely right. Because this is all working at 75°C or higher. Which, that sucks. Do I have enough metal to make floor under the refinery? Not at the moment. Refined metal is something I am making on the other asteroid, so very little of it is here. Although we have a lot of lead. Put radiant pipe through the metal floor. See, this still relies on finding cold liquid to pipe through. And not only is that not something I've ever done, I don't even know where to find the cold liquid. I guess this, like, 20-degree polluted water will offset the 75 degrees some. So that's, like, not terrible. But it's not like I have a constant source of cooler liquid to pipe through that'll then get used somehow. Be easier to put in the metal floor now. I can make the pipe later. I guess that's fair. Metal tile. How much of this do I have? Yeah, I have a lot of lead. So that's actually... By then I have plastic and steam turbine, and then all heat problems are gone. That's fair. That's also fair. Because extra heat can just be deleted. Yeah, so it turns out that as long as I don't mind using lead, very safe, I'm sure, metal tile is not a problem. I do have a lot of lead at this point. What's lead's thermal properties? It's very reactive, actually. So it seems pretty good for this. High thermal conductivity and thermally reactive. So if that's the plan, this will work out pretty well. What is lead's melting point? That's actually a good question. $327. Yeah, we're not hitting 327. If we get over 100, I will be very, very concerned. Where did this come from? Up here, I suppose. Oh, this opened up. Yep, it sure did. So this is what I'm looking at? This is not unreasonable, actually. As long as this is all I really need to do, this is fine. Are you still alive? You are still alive. What's up, Senna? Nobody's died yet. You were pretty stressed out for a while, but I gave you a vacation, and now things are much better. Oh yeah, the blueprints button. I keep forgetting about that button. Basic purple gloves. Cool. Where'd you go? Back to back to the home base that actually has amenities? As opposed to the penal colony work asteroid. Buffer gate. Nope. Whoa, hang on. Try that again. Maybe don't build it out of steel, though. Why are you building it out of steel? Don't do that. You're not. Okay, good. And And this needs to go through to a filter. Where is... I'm in plumbing. That's why I'm not seeing a gas filter. Here's the gas filter. Where am I putting this? This is the easy spot, I think. Or just over here. Sure. Definitely going to need to bridge over this. This can just vent out directly. And then this is going to be the natural gas. Okay, well, now my dupes have even more to do. Get to it, little guys. Stay busy. What's your problem? Just lots of problems is the problem. Also, soggy feet is the problem. Cool. And how are we doing over here? Good numbers all around? Has anything additionally occurred? This is going to be annoying to walk through, so maybe we'll just cover it with mesh tile? Not that dupes end up down here very frequently. This thing is full up on chlorine. I do have to do something with this chlorine at some point. I could pipe it up to here. This is where I intended my chlorine to be. I was going to make this a tree. This thing's almost out of water. I'm gonna need to maybe do something about that. A shine bug egg! I could crack that for resin. In case I wanted plywood. Or something. I still want you wrangled. But unfortunately, wrangling people seems impossible. These darts just never move. New printables. Definitely not printing people. Wow, we are good on food, actually. That's kind of cool. A Vagro node seed. I don't think I need that. I don't think I need any of this. Do I reject? I'm not printing people. Like, I have a good number of people on this planet, and I don't want to print extra people on the other planet because I'm trying to keep the worker count there low so I can handle their needs. Without, like, I want them to be able to concentrate on what they're doing without worrying about food or whatever. So I guess I am printing an Ovagro node seed, if that is somehow a thing I care about. It's not. But okay. We're making a little bit of progress here. This was something that I wanted to do. Why does wrangling the dartles never work? Is it because they're out of range? Like, they climb up onto the roof, and then my dupe tries and was like, oh, I can't. So the work order just disappears? Trust. Okay. Relocate critter. Which critter are you relocating? Can I ask you to relocate the one that you just wrangled? I guess that is based on the priority of the critter drop-off. So you need to be able to get in here, which it looks like there is. Like, somebody needs to come out here, grab these, and bring them over to here, I suppose, is the issue. And because there is an oxygen mask requirement in the way, if there's no oxygen, they can't do it. So it just never gets assigned, I suppose? Seems like there's a lot to do over here regardless. Yeah, I know. You're working on it. I'm not concerned. You're doing fine. This is the stuff that I want to get done more than any of the rest of it. His sink fills up just immediately. That's delightful. Yeah, I think I'm going to leave this open and seal this off because I'm worried about the polluted water. Which I guess means I need to deconstruct this and replace it. I don't think I can just overwrite it. Can I? Yeah, I didn't think so. Yeah, I'm okay with more polluted oxygen. Like, that is the only oxygen generation that this colony has. So, that's fine. Running short on power? We are running short on power. That keeps happening. I keep forgetting to do something about it. Yeah, burn some more iron. We got plenty. Well, this Dartle got moved out to here, which is, I guess, better. These Dartles are now running around again. Yep, they got free from the truss and never got moved, as expected. The critter drop-off is flooded. What does that mean? Building cannot function at current saturation. What does that mean? I'm not even sure that I need a critter drop-off. Just deconstruct this. Ugh. How's this Poké Shell doing? 2% on Poké Shell row. I want this number to be higher. But I guess it's not in the water as often as it needs to be because there's like the one thing that needs to not be in water. So it's just hanging out over here outside of the water? Why is it glum? Because it's not been groomed. Because nobody's coming over here to do the grooming. Because my dupes are overworked and underpaid. At least their needs are being met. So, you know, that's better than it has been. You're fine on food. What are you talking about? Don't lie to me. This needs to filter out exactly not hydrogen, natural gas. Oh, good. This thing is finally taking well. Which means that this is ready to start running. Back pressure 0%. Well pressure increases with each use and must be periodically relieved to prevent shutdown. And that has to be manual. Somebody has to come in here and do that thing. Okay, cool. I guess this should be linked to a pressure sensitivity thing. So it's not just always running. I'm not going to fix that at this point. But that is a thing that I should remember the next time I plan on putting that together. This needs to hold exactly sand. Gizmo earned a skill point. Oh, that's good. I like it when my bionic dupes earn skill points because their morale is much easier to manage. Yeah, climate control. That sounds great. All right, this is the last thing that I can actually finish, and then everything else requires databanks. How are we doing here? It looks like I have the cobalt ore now. It's just a matter of, will somebody come down here and do the thing? But yeah, this is ready to start running. We just need to get the rest of this done. Gonna drop some mesh tile over here so they don't have to actually step in this garbage in order to build this out. Did somebody run out of oxygen? %. Give me a break. 91% is an all-time low. Get out of here. We end up with more materials here? Some, yeah. Yeah, actually, we fully did. So, all of the metal refinery stuff queue finished, which means we might be able to start working on some more glass. That's exciting. And then this is going to filter the 27-degree pea water through the extremely warm kitchen and hopefully aid a little bit on temperature management in this area. Protecting? Will likely attack if approached. Okay. Interesting. Is that a problem? So that means that we will not be able to groom them while they are protecting their egg. It's not lethal IIRC. Fair enough. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been in this situation. I've never tried to actually ranch, poke shells. So sending a dupe to go pick up this egg would get that dupe attacked, it would seem. It's not the egg I wanted, which is unfortunate. But that's okay. It's probably fine. We've got plenty of food. We can handle 2 poke shells if necessary. 960. Yo, that number went up. Power banks available. $41.7. But this jumping Joya is fine because it's a Joya and not a rosebush. So, yeah, this really hurts decor. So maybe I'll replace it with another Joya? Do I have another Joya? That's a good question. Alright, so the seneschal percentage chance is going up, which is good. Can somebody come and do this, please? There's no errand. Ah, Hassan's doing it. Really? Where are you going? Who are you fighting? Oh, we dug out to the Jawbo. Yeah, all right. Turn that Jawbo into... Actually, don't do it yet. We're fine on food right now. Can you be a... No, we don't have any more Joya seeds. Udilla flower? To 5 degrees Celsius. Nope. Bluffbriar up to 30? Nope. Ring rosebush up to 40. Yeah, it would be a ring rosebush. It's... I mean, ideally it's a Joya. But, we don't have more Joya seeds, alas. How do I get seeds out of decor plants? Other than just find new ones and relocate them. Is there a way to do that? I think Joyas aren't native either, so we're not going to find Joya seeds just around. I must have gotten the Joya seeds I have via a printing. Apparently have more skill points to spend. I should maybe look at the skill points that I could spend. Yo, Lindsay could spend a skill point. What are you up to, Lindsay? Farming is what you're up to. I'm not going to bother spending the skill point until I get to the point where I'm actually ranching. So we'll just leave it as is. Am I going to be doing any ranching? I was going to be ranching pokés. Not pokés. Pacos. The fish. The fish. I was going to ranch the fish. Because that's also something that I've never done before and I wanted to kind of figure out. And then we could get fish eggs. For food. We would have so much Paco Row. We would have some amount of Paco Row. So I think the location in which I would do that would have to be here, I think. Figured ranching Paco were for the fish fillet rather than the eggs. Maybe. You might be right. Regardless, it's not a thing I've ever done. So I don't know what the value is. If it's for the fillets, then I'm gonna have to deliberately come in and kill them every once in a while as new eggs are spawned. Eggs are much easier to handle in that kind of situation. How much of the space do I want to open up? I'm not particularly worried about opening up the space, actually. And I do want to open this up because I want more cobalt. Food has decayed. Oh no, my swampy delights. But I'm even keeping it refreshed, refrigerated and everything. How dare you? Alright, maybe let's prioritize things in a different way here, huh? Like, that's cool and all, but let's get this power up and running. Although, this does not need to be powered at the moment. Hey, Tails, how's it going? Yeah, much better. Now they're not sitting here forever waiting for the door to open and close. Feel a little bit better about that. Does this require manual operation also? The oil well? No, just the depressurizing. And it's not currently running because it hasn't received any water. What the heck is going on here? Oh, I did it backwards again. I screwed it up! As is tradition. Okay. So... this goes here. Wow, what the hell was I? Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, this goes here then. God, every time. Every time with the stupid connections. Tough week? Was assaulted last week? Oh no, I'm so sorry. Feeling better and have people visiting tomorrow. Oh, good. I could pass through this. I probably could pass through this input, but I prefer doing it this way because then it splits evenly. I'm doing okay. I don't know. I feel like anytime somebody tells me, like, actually what's going on in their life, I'm always like, oh no, that's such a bummer. I'm doing fine. Like, this is a thing that has happened very frequently. Body temperature high. Yeah, these Sweetles are not long for this world. Gas element sensor. Please sense natural gas. If no one was doing fine, who would be the rock speaking to? Fair enough. Fair enough. That's me. I am an emotional support friend. I'm like the emotional support therapy dogs, except a person. Also, yes, it's hard to react appropriately in the context of the stream, for sure. This is, a little bit more difficult to manage appropriate responses. What are we doing over here? There is some amount of breathable air. That's all I've ever asked for, to be honest. Some amount of breathable air. I think this would be the first time that I have been referred to as a pet rock. I have been referred to as a lot of other things, but this would be a first. Alright. Things are going well there. What do I need to pay attention to and begin work on over here? It might be time to start digging out some more of these vents and see kind of what I have access to. I think that's not the worst idea. Oh, I'm doing some digging over here to get access to the Biobot builder. Neat. Yeah. Let's start, I guess, digging into this area. And seeing what we can see. Problem is that I am not doing the digging. Yeah, the digging is a work in progress for sure. Constantly a work in progress. Nothing ever actually gets completed. Yeah, I've got this stuff too that's like, nobody's ever coming to go do it. Because the people who are capable of doing it are somehow not actually digging very frequently. Which is a little weird. Why have I not given my oh, because there's a hard digging thing, which is separate from the digging booster. Right? That's how that works with these idiots? With the robots? There is the digging booster, which gives only the first level of digging. And then there is a extreme digging booster, which can be manufactured at the soldering station. And I definitely know what a soldering station is. I suppose it is a station of some kind. Produces advanced electronics and bionic boosters. It's a little big. It's a beefy little boy. Where do you suppose we're going to put this? Oh, the exosuit forge is also here, and I've never actually done anything with it. I feel like I should have done something with it at some point. We have a bunch of feather fibers now, so this Rex farming is actually done really well. That's cool. Alright, you know what's going to happen here? It is about 2:30, which means it is time for my usual stream break. So I'm going to take a break, and then I'm definitely going to remember what I was thinking about when I come back from the break. And we'll continue thinking about the thing that I am currently thinking about, because I will definitely remember that I was thinking about it. That's how this is going to work. Okay, so... I don't remember what I was thinking about. I'm sure that comes as no surprise to anybody. My time away from the computer has left me a completely blank slate. Tabula rasa. I have fully rossed my tabula. So I guess let's figure it out again. Work back from first principles and determine what the hell I was thinking. Okay. Okay, this is actually a food concern now here, right? If we're below 3,000 kcal, that's not a high number. On the other hand, the bog buckets are almost there. Yeah. 3 of the bog buckets are above 90%. So there will be something to do. It's going to be fine. Everything's going to be okay. Still working on building things. This continues to not do anything? Why? Because this hasn't finished building. Okay, fine. No problem. No problem? A-okay? Not a problem? Playing a weird Peglin Islands of Insight hybrid, except you're looking for the cogs of time. That is a lot of proper nouns. That's a lot of proper nouns that you just said. The cogs of time? You're playing Fantasy Life? I don't think I understand anything that is going on in that sentence. I'm afraid. You're just being Bart Simpson on it. Okay, fair enough. Alright, yeah. This needs to progress until we're actually getting things. And then we can do something about the things that we are getting. Far more organized than your base was the one time you tried playing this. Well, my 400 plus hours in this game is not for nothing. I have learned at least a little bit how to be somewhat organized, although most of my bases are still pretty spaghetti. But at least they're not spaghetti resetti. I've learned mostly how to keep my dupes alive for long periods of time. So, you know, that's going okay. Alright, yeah, they have what to do here. They're going to have food. They're going to be fine. So now we need to make sure that the same things are true over here. Do they have what to do? Maybe. This is now somewhat helping. The water going through the radiant liquid pipe is not actually changing much, I guess. There's not a lot to change in the time that it has to traverse through. I guess I could automate this a little bit. I could set like a valve and a temperature sensor and let it sit here in this area until it had absorbed more of the heat. It's actually not a bad idea. I'm gonna do that. If I go to, I think it's in plumbing, the thing I am looking for. Liquid pipe thermosensor will sense based on the pipe's contents, which is what I am looking for. I have all of this aluminum, and I don't feel comfortable using it because it's all very hot. Still ridiculously warm, this aluminum. Yeah, 600 degrees C is a lot of degrees C. We'll dump it into this brine. That's what digging this out will do for me, is hopefully it will get dumped into the brine. So still not using that. I do want to start making more glass. How's this doing? Fine. Continues to do fine. If you've got aluminum, use it like it's hot. I don't think that's what they say. But I'm not sure what they would actually say. So I guess I'll believe it. Why is this stale? Why is this stuff just lying here? Am I not storing tender brisket? Is that what's going on? Oh my god. Mistakes have been made. Oh, that's a lot of food that's going to immediately rot. Yikes. Think I should hang on to the aluminum. Don't drop it like it's hot, even if it is hot. It needs the British spelling for the meter. Listen, I am willing to make some sacrifices for art. But I don't think I am willing to say aluminium in order to make the meter work. I apologize. We were talking about vents. I think that was the thing we were talking about. We're gonna find out what's in some of these other geysers. So let's start making plans to dig into one of these other geysers and find out whether or not that is a useful thing to be doing. Where is a good geyser to be digging into? This one, I think? Yeah. Alright, that seems like a good plan. Let's do this. And see what happens. Maybe don't open up all of the brine, though. Maybe don't drop brine on your head. This is more information gathering than setting up to actually do anything yet. Oh, right. I was going to do the temperature thing. I think I still want to do the temperature thing. Plumbing. So let's liquid shut off, I think is what I want here. Yes, intake on the right, output on the left. And I will not build it out of aluminum. I will build it out of something else that I have handy. Like iron? Sure. Oh, there's buildings in the way. There's buildings in the way. And I can't build it in the middle of wall. Ooh, that's frustrating. Okay. Well, then we'll have to build it here, I guess. Which means we're building more radiant pipe. Which means we're going to need more iron. So I guess do that. Oh yeah, there goes all of the food. Turning into not food anymore. Concerning. But at least it is currently food. And I have no mealwood seeds, so no freshener spice available. Also sad. Waiting for this to happen, and it keeps not happening. Oh, right. I was going to build the thing that lets me build the better digging module. Where am I going to build that? Where are people going to do this work? Are people going to do this work? How big is this? 3x3. Alright, so we need to find a 3x3 slot where I don't mind people hanging out and doing work. Which I think is here. Although I've used up much of this space. What is this bottle filler for? Why is this here? What is this connected to? Oh, if gunk gets in these pipes again, then this bottle filler is here to prevent the gunk from doing gunk things. Prevent the literally anything that's not water from causing problems. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Actually. That's reasonable, that can stay. Is there a good spot to put this thing? Like, where do I want my people working? Where do I want my people to be hanging out? This needs power. Alright, we can handle that. It's not a whole lot of power. Here, maybe? I have to rearrange some stuff. Shift this crafting station over. Here, maybe? Can I afford to put it on this wire network? I think the answer is no. The load on this wire network is high. And the soldering station is some amount of expensive. Where do I want my dupes hanging out? Like, mostly I want it here, because this has easy access to power and is a place where the dupes are hanging out sort of generally anyway. But we haven't turned this into... There's not any room at the moment. So I have to find room. Which is going to be maybe here? That's near enough to the right kind of power. Alright, sure. Let's do that. Just has to get placed is the thing. And it wouldn't be bad to have some art next to it. So let's give them some art. Furniture. Furniture is art. Marble block? I don't want to be using my refined metal for this, so yeah, let's give him a marble block. That's decor. Have some decor. I don't think it'll offset all of the heavy watt wire, but it'll be an attempt. Y'all do that thing for a bit, and I'll get back to you later. Actually, I want to watch what Ah, the water weed just gets dug up. Okay. That was the concern. Well, now we have some lettuce to either eat. And things are going okay here? Not yet. It got harvested, but it has not... Ah, they're working on it. Good. The cooking is happening. Just print some glass? That's a whole ass solar panel. What the heck is a mammoth? Mammoths are lumbering, non-hostile creatures that subsist on plume squash, nosh beans, and squash fries. I don't have any of those. Okay, yeah, I'll just print a whole ass solar panel. How serious is insufficient oxygen generation? I don't know. I don't know. Some? Some? I would like there to be sufficient oxygen generation. But, there's, you know, oxygen exists. Some amount of oxygen is currently real. So, like, I'm not that worried about it, you know? Alright, how do I build an extreme digging booster? What does this need? It needs 8 microchips. Jeez. Alright, well, deliver some microchips here. As time allows and microchips get developed. Yo, New Herald got better at operating. Heck yeah. We'll worry about it when dupes start suffocating. That's probably closer to accurate than I would like, but yes. Alright, digging is happening. I do love it when my dupes continue to dig. That's an ideal situation. Salt vine? Where would I plant a salt vine? Alright, how are things going over here? Is the building happening? Slowly, maybe. This is also natural gas. New Herald earned a skill point. Good job, New Herald. Didn't you start getting points in machinery? Why are you getting points in machinery? Your morale is not high enough for me to actually spend these points. Lyra, on the other hand... I don't know what to spend these points on. Piloting? Maybe not piloting. Exosuit training, I guess, is fine. Like, more athletics is always good. What are you actually doing with your time, Lyra? How do I have you prioritized? Assuming I even did any prioritization. Oh, you're just hauling stuff. Okay, well... let's give you some more strength then, I suppose. Get better at carrying things. Yo, it's doing the thing! Oil's happening! That's great. The Slickster is drowning? They do that? The poor Slickster. Can you not get out of the oil on your own? Can't breathe in liquid. Yeah, no, I mean, I could see how that would be a problem, but like... the lettuce? Nobody ate the lettuce? I guess this isn't the first time that's happened. Alright. People are idle? No way. You seriously telling me there's, of the 3 dupes that are here, someone doesn't have something to do? Who's idle? Lindsay. Really no tasks. Errands. I guess not. Okay. Well, let's find something for Lindsay to do. That's weird. Strange. Can Lindsay not get into here and dig? Oh, it's diamond. Somebody specific has to come in here and dig up the diamond. Can you not get over here and deliver cobalt ore? Do we have cobalt ore? Plenty of cobalt ore. What is preventing you from coming down here, Lindsay? Oh, did I seal you out? I did. Alright, that can be changed. Progress continues to be made, which is appropriate. Oh, the Slickster definitely died. Rip. All right, well, that means we need to... Ah, good. We are making barbecue. Food has decayed. Yeah, I was afraid that was going to happen. Rest in peace, my tender brisket. You're still protecting. You also have like a blank line on your status, which is kind of funny. Yo, the Santa Shell number's going up. That's great. That's great. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Have we progressed further here? Nope. You can get wrangled. Alright, see you around, Kellerman. Thanks for dropping by. Keep on doing what you're doing, folks. You're doing great. Skill points for Lunar Waffles. Heck yeah. What is Lunar Waffles doing? Among other things. Lots of points in operating and farming, so I guess that is where I want to spend your skills. Well, you're fully farmed out, so I guess, here we go. Oh, this gives construction points. Wild. Conveyor rail construction. If I ever wanted to construct conveyor rails. Sure. Something happened here that's worrisome? No. Everything is the same. Alright, let's deprioritize all of this. so that they'll get this other stuff done first. So all of this stuff to do out here needs to get done. This can be actually disabled until we actually have the rest of this built out. All right, well, that is everything researched that is researchable. So all of these other stuff, like, we can make progress on them, but I can't actually finish any of them. So I guess I'll start in on data science and see where that takes me. Yeah, see, kind of sucks out here, doesn't it? Good progress. Lavatory. This got flooded? How? Why? What? Oh, the pipe backed up. Wait, how? What? The crap? Is it Jeremy? Sure is. No, it's not Jeremy. There's just polluted water here somehow. Where did this come from? Oh, I guess some of the polluted mud melted, maybe? Alright, well, it'll just drain into here, which is what it's supposed to do. But that's super weird. That's so much polluted water just suddenly showed up. Yeah, it's pretty hot down there, buddy. Be careful of that. There's a lot of very hot oil. Still flooded? Take a while to come out, huh? Alright. Once it finishes draining, it should be fine. I guess we can mop it up. Well, they can't even use the bathroom. Oh, no. That's concerning. $25 per cycle? Oh, that's pretty good, actually. This is a problem. This is a problem. How is this enough for it to be flooded? I don't understand. Ugh. Plus toilets generate P water. Yeah, I'm familiar with that problem. That is a many cycles away problem, rather than how flooded it just got because I guess some polluted mud melted or something. Because the water that we're seeing here is not Jeremy water, so it's not from the cycle here, whatever it is. This, on the other hand, is an actual disaster. Because this is going to get into my drinking water supply. How many 430 plus hours in this game, and I still haven't remembered to fix this problem. And everybody has a full bladder, so everybody's going to immediately make a mess. Dig under the triage cot might catch it? I don't think so. I don't think there's going to be enough time. But yeah, that is the most likely way to solve this problem. Yeah, and everybody made a mess. The hell are you going? All right, Harold. New plan. Please tidy up. How bad off is... Oh, yeah. Now there's just food poisoning in the water. But that's not going to last too long, and it's not too much food poisoning. Alright. Cool. It's not great, but it's probably fine. Ugh. I heard that can't breathe noise. Or scalding noise. Or whatever just happened. But I guess it's not a ongoing issue. Somebody freaked out the once and then disappeared? Alright, great. Of all the things to red alert for. True. True. This is going to need to do the thing again. This needs to get connected to automation. So let's build that sensor. Liquid thermo. Yep, that's the thing I'm looking for. Really? I can't put it there? Building's too big. Okay. New plan. I'm gonna move it over again. Deconstruct that. Automation, not automation, plumbing. Thermosensor can go here. Radiant pipe, once this gets deconstructed, can go into here. Yeah, alright. Your minor injuries mean that you're not allowed over here anymore, Lindsay. Once again, not allowed here anymore. Maybe I can make it down to... here. So we're not in the middle of the oil while we're doing the thing. She's trying her best. She is. She is. Just because it's not very good is not her fault. Yeah, I hopefully maybe if they can dig this out from below, it'll be a little bit better. So we'll try this and see what happens. And this will stop sending them over to this side as well, which is important, I think. Okay. Now I can go back to resolving this problem. Plumbing. Liquid shut off. Yes. Radiant pipe. Yes. Regular ass pipe. Yes. Power. Yes. Alright, that looks good. Insufficient nickel? Really? You lying to me? I think they were lying to me, actually. There's sufficient for one, but there's not sufficient for another one. And because somebody picked up the nickel, it looks like it's insufficient. Yes, okay, I understand. Alright, no automation wire connected. Send green if above... let's say 35. Let's say 40. So it's actually, you know, once the temperature in the pipe has absorbed enough heat from the environment, it can move on. And now we need to make automation wire. That can also be nickel. Making frost buns? Dang. I guess we got them megafrons. Harvesting the megafrons. Good for us. We can uproot one of these, though. Plant it over... Ooh. Found some brine again. Is Sweepy out here fixing the problem? Sweepy is out here fixing the problem. Oh, no. It is, low battery. No object displayed. We could display an object? How do I feel about displaying an object? Not great, honestly. But if I wanted, I could put something on Sweepy's head. It's too bad I don't have like a plush cat to put on his head, because that would be adorable. Nor can I give him a knife. So options are pretty bad. Maybe he would like an abyssalite hat. I think that's what he would like. Somebody should put a little bit of abyssalite on his head. Now I have a use for abyssalite, which is adorning my Roomba. still scalding. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's hot down here. I agree. It's not as bad as it is. Seed analysis complete. Tell me more. Deeply probing the genes of the Dew Dripper plant have led to the discovery of a promising new cultivatable mutation. Super specialized. This plant is mutated with a genetic variant I call super specialized. Minimum radiation plus 250 rads per cycle. Viable temperature range minus 80%. Yield amount plus 100%. Doesn't drop seeds. What does this mean? And it won't... So, the viable temperature range is reduced. So this minus 35 to 5. Minus 80%? So this is reduced to like... negative 15 to negative 5? Or even smaller than that? Even worse? Negative 15 to negative 10-ish? That doesn't seem like I'm going to be able to do much with this. I would have to put in a lot of work to manage that temperature range. I don't even know how to begin managing that temperature range, I'll be honest with you. Oh, we need to mop this up. Sweepy's doing great, but that's not enough. People keep needing to come in here for a variety of reasons. How are we doing up here? Did this get built? Heck yeah. Cool. So we're actually doing much better with power than we were before. I don't think this stuff has run out of power nearly as much lately. Your ultra temperature managed sleet wheat farm. Metal tiles contacting farm tiles and radiant pipes. I'm sure. Yeah. That's you have to pull out all the stops to make that work, I think. All right, so maybe we have the yeah, let's get some more glass and build another thing. Cool slush geyser. Highly pressurized geyser that periodically erupts with freezing polluted water at negative 10? Wow, wild. Okay, well, we definitely have to build to take advantage of that. Like, that's what this is. And if it's freezing, that's even better. Yeah. Highly food poisoned polluted water. So we just need to turn this area into one thing with this liquid pump. So we're gonna have to clean out the brine and the animals from here. But otherwise, what am I gonna do with the brine? Maybe I'll just filter it? Set up a filter and filter the brine out. Otherwise, you just put this into one area and keep doing what I'm doing here. It's not bad, actually. How the hell did you get down here? What? Oh, you fell off. Oh, you're dead. Oh, you're just dead. Oh, crap. Okay. We need to dig out exactly this spot. And then build a ladder exactly here. Who is going to save your life? Okay, can you build this out of... Yes, build it out of igneous rock because you can just do that. Out of stuff that is present. Still can't get out, though. Stop standing in the oil! Harold's doing it. Okay. Harold, stop. Picking up igneous rock. Incapacitated. Slain. Assign them to a triage cot for rescue. Okay. We can make that happen. Hey, Harold, what are you up to? Where did Harold go? Going to build. And Lindsay? Lindsay's not allowed down there, I remember now. Going to build. What is the rescue task? Can you rescue? Is it a doctoring task? It might be a doctoring task. Okay, so then let's give Harold some doctoring, even though you're bad at it. Allow you to do the thing. How do I rescue? Maybe it is a task on the triage cot? Heal, unreachable. Heal, rest, rest. I've assigned him. But that doesn't do it. It doesn't matter because there's no errand. It's not a triage cot errand. So whatever the task is, it's not from here. And there's no, like, errands assigned to... Will die soon. Okay. Sure. No, I get that. Incapacitated self. Sure. These are the errands that are assigned to Devonok. But I don't know how to rescue. That's the problem. Is I need Harold to rescue. And that's not even on his list of things that he can do. Can Lindsay rescue? The hell is Lindsay? Yeah, it's not on her list either. Hauling? It's not like it's a sweep task. But I can't tell what kind of task it is. Assign them to a triage cot, which I've done. Maybe I need to let time pass a little bit? That happens every once in a while. You can definitely be a dupe. Give me a sec. Let me resolve this particular crisis. And then we'll figure out how to get you in here. Oh, now he's suffocating too. That's even better. How? Yeah, I don't know how to rescue is the problem. What else could it be? Treat patient, medical supply, compound medicine. Life support supply. It doesn't seem like it's any of these things, especially because doctoring isn't showing up as one of the options. It's not supplying, I don't think. I'm just not sure where to look for it, because it's not on anybody's list for errands. Going to build. Going to build. Yeah, honestly, this is my mistake. I shouldn't have had all of them marked for digging out. So, it is my fault. I have been in this situation before, and I once again failed to account for dupes being complete idiots. Maybe he's unreachable? So once it's built, he'll be reachable? Recover from heat. Errands. Ah, okay. Now he's not unreachable. Incapacitated, okay. There it is. They need to... Where are they going? Rescue friend. No, recovering. Elmo is older than you, and you are definitely coping just fine with this information. I'm happy for you. Elmo is ancient. Elmo's an eldritch being at this point. Still recovering from heat. I guess they're just going to a place where the temperature is cooler. Oh, they're going to the water cooler. That's where they're going. Without a cooling station, it'll take them 4 seconds to recover. Okay. Now they need to breathe. God damn. Okay, all right, go breathe. Yep, there it goes. Damn it! Ah! Regrets. Regrets. Yeah, and also underwater, which doesn't help. He's 3.5, but he's also older than you. This is what I'm talking about. Eldritch being. Well, sorry to say, Devonok, you paid the ultimate price. The colony appreciates your sacrifice. Death in the colony. I lost my first duplicate today. Duplicants form strong bonds with each other, and I expect I'll see a drop in morale over the next few cycles as they take time to grieve their loss. I find myself grieving too in my way. I was tasked to protect these duplicates, and I failed. All I can do now is move forward and resolve to better protect those remaining in my colony from here on out. Yup. Okay. Ah, Devonok is mourning. This duplicant is grieving the loss of a friend. And the friend is himself. Yeah, that sounds like a thing that happens. God, I'm an idiot. Well, now we need to send somebody back over who's capable of digging all the hard stuff. Like, Devonok was actually pretty crucial to this colony. Damn. Well, who am I going to send over now to help fix this issue? All right, who else has its Travaldo and Noirshot? So I guess it's Noirshot. How brutal is your morale requirements? $18? Yeah, we can't send you over there. That's never gonna happen. Alright, we're gonna have to just find somebody new to help out, I guess. And until then, we will not be able to do the digging. Maybe I can console myself with a sweet new blueprint. Frilly slate socks. Thick, soft, gray socks with extra flounce. Are you a little idiot now? Hold. Let's take a look at the available idiots. So we can absolutely find a little idiot for you. There are a variety of idiots available. Do you have a preference in terms of the skills or tasks that you want to be assigned to? Or I can just assign you to somebody at random or whoever gets printed next. Does nobody else want to be doing the digging? We don't have a lot of people that are interested in digging, do we? Certainly can't send over one of these idiots. No robots allowed on the new colony. All right, then you'll be the next printed dupe, Rubber Ducky. We'll see how well that works out. I'm gonna need to build you a grave, aren't I? Where are graves? I thought they were furniture. Oh, they're in medicine, aren't they? Tasteful memorial. All right, a tasteful memorial. We'll go, over here. Right next to the printing station. So people who come into this colony fresh, first thing they'll see is memorial to dead dupes. I think that's a great idea. No! No, 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 no! Don't go here! Jesus Christ, these morons. Were you not paying attention? What just happened, you idiot? Okay. Nope, can still go over there. Okay, deconstruct this one now. No, there's a lot of work that still needs to be done here. I just need to make sure that they're doing it in a slightly more intelligent way. Ah, somebody interested in digging. Heck yeah. Attribute bonuses while alone? Only duplicate on a world, +4 bonus to all attributes. And he's interested in digging, doctoring, and tidying. Alright. Welcome to the colony, Rubber Ducky. This is going to be you. So, skills are set. Let's set priorities now. Rubber Ducky, you should do the following things. You should excavate. I'd like you to do some excavation. You can also be a person who attacks things. You've got some medicine, that's neat. Other things can happen in whatever order. Great. Alright. Okay. Now this navigation mesh looks good. Nobody's gonna be walking down here like some kind of... It would not be the first time she has heard that, Archmagus. $59 health? Maybe go take a nap, Harold. Digging is just attacking the ground. Yeah, alright. Pretty close. Alright. That's all fine. You are... Wow, we have a ton of food on here. Okay, good. So I'm not that concerned about doing additional cooking at the moment. That's fine. 4% stress? Senna is concerned. Oh, because morning. Yeah, morning is in fact a problem. How are things going over here, by the way? I do need to figure out what I'm doing with this area. And I think what I am doing is sealing this off and coming at it from above and setting a brine filter. Where are we setting the brine filter? Here? Here? I think we can loop this around here before coming into here and set the brine filter like up here. Liquid filter, go! Not really a good place to put this, is there? I was hoping this would be a little bit more convenient to place, and does not seem to be. Alright, we'll put it here. Now this goes into here. Brine comes out to here. And this can continue on that way. That is going to need to be a tile. Once that's set, Siniku earned a skill point. Okay. Lots of people have earned skill points, it turns out. You can get better at carrying things. You can get better at... ranching? Building? Sure. You can get better... Scary. Maybe you don't get better at anything. Maybe just sit there. Siniku. I mean, this is free. I don't know that it does anything. What does science do as a skill? Does science do anything other than researching help? Like, if I go over here... Oh! It improves attribute leveling speed. Okay. Yeah, sure. I guess get your free +2 science. Harold, I could give you digging skill. I'm gonna. +2 creativity. And does creativity do anything outside of making you better at making art? No, it just changes how fast you produce art. Okay, then I'm not going to bother with that. We were thinking about ranching. I think we're just going to sit on it. Leave you with a higher morale for right now. Overpressure. Yep. All right. So then the plan is going to be to move this liquid pump down to here, I guess. To need some ladder. And then otherwise this space is fully navigable. We're going to want to open this up and this. And all of this. Although, let's not set that yet until we're coming up from that direction. Bionic power once again an issue. Yep, that keeps happening. Time to make some more metal banks. So it is actually picking up the heat here pretty decently. I might need to set this. Let's set this to 39 just to get this moving. Seems to hit that point pretty quickly. Hitting the glut of water that has absorbed heat, and then it'll get below that number again, and then it'll sit and absorb for a while. Okay, cool, that's working to some degree. A little hard to tell immediately how much it's working, but it looks like it's mostly working. You want to send the brine up, and everything else will continue to get sent this way, under the assumption that it is exactly polluted water. Let's hope that remains true. Well, they opened this up pretty quickly, so that's great. Lindsay is, of course, scalding again. And as long as their health is above 75, they don't need to go to the triage cot. So let's set this to 74. Can I tell you to stop it? It wanted to wait until you were fully healed. Sure. Yep, that's fine. I know it's hot down there. Hot and also difficult to breathe, so really a great combination. How's this going? Cool. Yeah, we can just open all of this up. That's great. Although, these dartles are definitely going to die. Free wart seed down here. And I thought there was an egg down here, but maybe somebody picked it up. That would be nice. What are we doing over here? 1 of 20? The hell? How did you get... Oh my god. Why everything? Don't drop everything. Drop lums and blums. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 were overcrowded. 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Which I think means we ought to crack one of these eggs. And hey, that's food. How did you get stuck here? What happened to you? These lums, though. Cycle 144. Things are starting to get a little close for my liking here. Nice. I need to start digging this out, I think. And we're doing okay on power for once. So that's great. Yeah, I even have enough hydrogen to keep this running. Colony achievement? Recover a database entry by inspecting facility ruins. You think this is the first time that's happened? That's odd. I thought I had done that like a million times. But okay, if you say so. And this is actually all of the lums, I think. So this can be not continuous. Also, this can be not continuous. And we now have 2 full lum farms. Which is good, because we're going to need more peat. How's Grisona doing? It's doing something. Ceiling collapse, where? That's fine. None of that is a problem. This is awaiting some copper. That's fine. Blast shot or intracosmic blast shot? Ooh. With intracosmic blast shot. Okay, it needs intracosmic blast shot. Select destination. Temporal tear. Ah, there it is. Demolier. Limited line of sight. Why is its line of sight limited? Requires an unblocked view of space. That's looking pretty unblocked to me. I could be wrong. I guess maybe this is blocking its line of sight here? Fascinating. No power? Okay, that's also fixable, though. And of course, none of this matters until I have intracosmic blast shot. Which is what we need to do all of the oil processing for. So, we're still a ways away from making that happen. Okay. What happened here? Did this somehow get dug out? Okay, well, lock it up. As much as possible. Eventually. Gizmo is scalding. Alright, well... maybe don't hang out here anymore. Oh, we're repairing stuff. That's cool. Yeah, the light is quite bright. I understand. They're doing fine. It's gonna be okay. I guess if I want to access this stuff, I need to do a thing. So let's see how to do that. This is green. This needs to be switched. Toggled. Where is toggle here? This? I thought it was going to be an errand. I thought that was going to be like a button to make the dupe come and do the thing. I just press the button? Baffling. Okay. Alright. One of the few times you get direct control. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I clicked it, and I saw the switch graphic, and I was like, yeah, I know it's a switch. Thanks for showing me that it's a switch. Now, how do I get the dupe to do the thing? Yep, and, it did not connect that was the way it worked. What have we done here? This is great progress on whatever it is they're doing. Well, we actually had some data analysis to do? Oh, good for us. I guess I'm picking up a few more discs, so maybe we'll be able to do a few more discs worth of data analysis. Oh, pressure. How's this Rex doing? Rex is doing great, huh? Love it. Apparently we are supplying the Rex with enough food, which I am surprised to find out, but that's great. How is this coming along? Waiting for materials. Only one microchip has been delivered so far. Alright, they'll get to it eventually. Converts abyssalites to eco power banks. Yo, that's delightful. Do that forever, actually. Then I won't have to worry about these goddamn power bank issues. And we'll use our abyssalite for something, which is wild. Do I want to plant more wheezeworts anywhere? This place is still producing heat. So hopefully the water is helping to soak up the heat, which it looks like it kind of is. This is connected and outputting, so that's fantastic news. And now we just need to open this up. Yeah, everything's working around. Working okay. Oh, why? Why? You goddamn idiots. All right, that's on me. That's on me. I didn't tell them not to. How do I prevent them from doing this? Oh, no. I can't build a door on top of the heavy watt wire. All right, let's get you out of here. And we're going to... We're going to do this. Don't you dare. Where do I find you something else to do? Eduardo's doing it. Okay, that's cool. How the hell did you get down here? Also, what are you doing? Supplying critical materials. What does that mean? Oh, you're trying to haul Devonok out, which is a problem. I'm gonna die. High stress. Yeah, no kidding. Covering breath. Are you okay? Mostly. You need to get rescued. Like right now. I should have known better than to allow you down here. Yeah, the moderate wounds are only going to get worse. Yeah, look at how slow they're moving. Hopefully they get on top of here before they run out of breath. I'm just going to assign this cot directly. Okay. At least they're not going to fall down into the oil again. But they will need to be rescued. Yeah, there's just no oxygen down here. I need to actually spend some effort on oxygen production on this asteroid, don't I? Instead of just relying on polluted water and polluted mud to do it for me. What can we turn into oxygen here? Water. Water is probably the best bet. What are my other options? I guess sublimation station is a thing? Yeah, I don't have algae. There is some rust. I don't want to have to deal with chlorine management. Is there rust, though? There's sulfur. Maybe there's not rust. There's also more oxalite that I can just dig out that I've just left alone. But yes, you are going to need to be rescued. A duplicate with 0 remaining breath will die immediately. Oh my god, I'm so sorry, Rubber Ducky. Is there a way for me to cause them to be rescued rather than waiting for them to move themselves? I think it is immediately over for friend Rubber Ducky. God, this place is a mess. Yup. Yup. Okay. What do I do about this? What a disaster. Oh, God. To think, I started off today with no dead duplicants. And now here we are. Striped symbio gloves. Bright aquamarine with a sporty stripe at the wrist. Sure. Aw, Rubber Ducky was a good dupe, too. What a mess. Now stuff is happening out here, too. Oh, I forgot that I was trying to prevent the dupes from running into the water. Yeah, look at this stress. Liquid exposure on top of all of the morning. Yeah, yeah. At least they have high morale, so there's that. All right. Let's... This has done the thing, which means we can build a door and not let the stupid idiots past it. $62 is a lot of stress. No bionics allowed. Now we can handle the rest of this situation. This brine getting hauled by hand, huh? Alright, you're getting out of there safely. Now where are you going? Recovering breath. Alright, figure it out. Yeah, this is starting to get dangerous enough that I really should figure out how to manage this. Starting, he says, as if it wasn't previously. I just hadn't yet been faced with the consequences of my actions. Now, of course, I am realizing that my actions have consequences. And we still have a dead dupe down here. Why do dead dupes still have morale? This could also get disabled. It would be cool if these oil wells were not putting out superheated oil while I was still digging the infrastructure. Which, you know, my mistake also. Yet another mistake that I have made. How do I want to manage this? Is there a good way to manage this, actually? I guess exosuits is the best way to do it? Stores Atmos suits and refuels them with oxygen, empties suits of polluted water. So I need to be able to give the Atmos suits oxygen. And then also dump the polluted water out of it, since it's going to be storing polluted water. Interesting. Where am I getting oxygen from this poor colony? There's plenty of breathable air, but I think very little of it is actually oxygen. Mostly it's polluted. All of it, in fact, is polluted. God, micrograms. Unbelievable. Yeah, I really needed to set atmosphere density sensor there. Pea water is a new addition since he last played. Yeah, that's new for me too, I think, with the Atmos suits. Maybe it's something unique to Spaced Out. But yeah, I don't want my dupes dying over here anymore. The -6 athletics just straight up killed a dupe, which is, I think, a first for me. I think I've never seen that happen before. I'm relatively aware that it was a possibility, but never actually seen it happen. Rest in peace, Rubber Ducky. So what's the best way to manage this? You actually have to go all the way down from there in order to set this? Alright, well, do it, I guess. Oh no. Are you gonna die too now? How do I do a rescue when somebody is still walking around? Because I need them to stop moving so that the other dupe can pick them up. Is that a thing I can do, or are they just dead? It's over. It's just actually over for them. I guess I need them to, like, run out of HP before they run out of breath. Oh my god, I really did not see this coming. You'd think the third time it happens, I'd have been aware that this was a possibility. But, yeah, honestly, no. Yeah, they're gonna fall into the oil just like Devinok. Jeez. This is the real problem, is them going into the oil was a huge disaster. Oh, because there's an extra -4 athletics for being submerged in the oil. Hey, Seabot. You've come at a very my entire colony is dying time in my life. Yeah, they're not taking any more damage. But they're not gonna get out in time. Like, I need them... I need them to fall unconscious from damage before they die to breath so that they can be rescued. And I'm not sure how to make that happen. Maybe standing in this crude oil? Maybe that'll do it? Oh, yeah, it's gonna work. It's gonna work. Be ready. Yeah. All right. All right. Yes. Rescue friend. I saved her life by knocking her out. All it took was tactical applications of excessive heat. Yeah. The door is locked now. You know what? Let's just do that. No! Still didn't make it back to the oxygen in time! No! Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Things were going so well, and then oil happened. All right, one more memorial. And let's print somebody here. Oh, starting with excavation and athletics? Get in there. I don't want more death, Cryptomancer. That's like the opposite of what I want. All right, Abe. Please be better at digging. Also, Abe, please have the following priorities. Attacking. Digging. Some building. And also some farming. Maybe farming above digging. You lost 20 to a forgotten beast that got into your fort via the caverns. Fire breather went into the kitchen and tavern. So I want specific people to be able to attack. I don't want anybody who is low excavation to be attacking. Research, I think, works the same way. You want to make sure that the people doing the research are the people with high science, but also for attacking, because I just don't want attacking to be a thing that lasts longer. I want the attacks to finish quickly. This is a safety measure that I have learned through experience. But definitely not the most important safety measure that I have now learned through even more experience. What happened over here? More brine here? What is happening? How is brine happening here? What is... Who's doing this? Where is this coming from? This, maybe? I guess there was brine ice here? Oh, there's brine ice here that's melting. I get it. More dupes attacking at the same time would be faster. I don't think more dupes attacking at the same time is a thing. Like, I'm not convinced that more than one dupe can engage in attacking at a time if you are attacking a single thing. Really? Oh. Alright, then I might have been approaching this the wrong way. Yes, it is hot here. We do not want to hang out here for too long, on account of there is an aluminum volcano. Oh, don't do that. Never mind. Yeah, I wasn't aware. That's neat. That's good to know. The volcano control tile. Yeah, it's this like one specific, like, there's a reason I have dug this out in the way I've dug this out, because, you know, the one tile that if you don't uncover it is the tile that it comes out of. But yes, here I deliberately opened it up because having some refined metal for free seems like a good idea, even if it is very hot. Of course, I do need a way to actually cool it off, which doesn't seem to be happening yet. But maybe once the volcano goes dormant, that'll be easier to manage. How are you doing, buddy? Getting closer. Rose Row. Seeing what the geyser is without uncovering it via yellow alert. Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing. Wait, so you can just, like, set an alert here? Huh! That's very cool. Hmm. It's another hot saltwater geyser. Cool. Wow. That's really helpful. Also feels a little bit like cheating. Feels a little bit like cheating. I don't know whether I'm gonna keep doing that. I am running modless. Yeah, no mods at all. How's my poor robots doing? Better now? Still in mourning, but at least you're not walking in water. Same with you. Yes, I did know about that. Useful occasionally. God, what was I even doing here? I'm so distracted by the constant death on the other asteroid. Completely forgotten what I was even trying to accomplish here. Any other brine ice here? No other immediately concerning locations of brine ice. So that's good. They'll take care of the rest of it on their own, I think. Alright, do I need to send somebody over to the other colony now? Probably should. What do they need? I think I lost my farmer? But the new dupe I printed is capable of farming? Did I deal with Big Rock? Nope, that is still a threat. I'm working on it. It's been a slow process. It took me around till cycle 100 to finally commit to getting oil across. Catch it? Nah, I'm gonna shoot it. But figuring out how to get that done has definitely been a thing we are trying to do. Oh, this just has the blast shot. What? I could have done this forever ago. Wow. You know, I saw Explosives Locker and didn't really think about it. Maybe I should have thought about it. I need more than just the 4. Well, we'll try the 4 and we'll see what happens. I have no fear. We'll get there. A lot of this is new. So, the joys of discovery, even if I am doing it wrong, is definitely a part of the process. Insufficient resources, long-range missile, 200 kilograms. All right, well, how about you get me some missiles? And we'll see if we can shoot an asteroid. I might end up just getting an asteroid to the face. Ideally not, but we'll see. Yeah, the oil management has definitely been a process, and with how dangerous this has been, it's probably going to be an even longer process. But lessons will be learned, true. Sure are learning a lot of lessons today. That is definitely the experience that I'm having. Alright, how are we doing here? You're working on digging. Yeah, we need somebody here that is capable of farming. So maybe let's send a farmer over from the main asteroid. It is true. My dupes are very dumb. That is absolutely a true statement about dupes. Not particularly sanguine about my long-term odds, but, you know. If that happens, we'll just restart. And the easy game, like, the early game is easy. So, you know, that's fun to engage with. Even if the part of the game that I am at right now definitely requires a lot of figuring things out. What was I doing? I was gonna do something. I was paying attention to something specific. Farming! Who is farming? Who am I sending over? Pay? Pay's a farmer? Who said pay over? Pay's not a good farmer. Who's been doing this? Lunar Waffles and Sainiku. I could send Sainiku over. Sainiku... probably in an okay place on morale. Not a lot of additional... still a little dangerous. Probably okay, though. The mid-game struggle, yup. That sounds exactly correct. Get teleported. Alright, and now, Sainiku, please engage in farming. That would be great. Like, we have enough food for right now that I'm not concerned. I should set up a Paku farm at some point. Which is another thing that I have no practice with and don't know how to do. So I'm sure that'll be a fun experience for everybody involved. The 3. God, this is so far away from being done. Oh boy. You can turn magma into water? Wow. That's pretty neat. We're gonna try again with sending Harold down here. See whether or not I can make that work. I just need him to not jump into the scalding oil. That's what I need. So maybe I'll just have to keep an eye on him and see what he's planning on doing. Hello? Circuit overloaded. Yeah, no, okay, I agree. I agree. Health 1000. So we'll see how much damage the Meteor Blaster actually does. Overheat damage. That's not great. Alright, how bad is it? Ah, you jumped into the water, didn't you? Oh, you're rescuing. Okay. Alright, well, you have a high enough athletics that this is going to be okay, but it is a problem. Where are you going? Recovering breath. Is there oxygen here? There's actually breathable oxygen up here? Interesting. Yeah, maybe just get out. Dropped him again. Yup. Okay, so clearly what needs to happen is we need to have a tile here. And then I need to just stop them from trying to rescue the body. Because I can't have them jumping into the scalding oil like that. Go recover. We'll deal with it later. Ah, good. Yes, people are idle. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Get in the goddamn triage cot, idiot. Why is Devonok assignable to the triage cot? Dude, he's dead, not incapacitated. Alright, well, what else can I do if I'm not, if I am not progressing on this oil problem? This has ended up a problem because I don't have the digging. So maybe what needs to happen over here is we need to deconstruct some of this. Because this can just be here. And then at least I'll be making progress on something. Maybe I can do this and let them in from on top? Oh, but that still needs, they still need to come in through here. God damn it. Alright, well, how am I managing the plumbing? Because that is also a concern here. We need to get... Let's just set this up, even though it's going to take a while before they actually get here. You... Yeah, that's correct. then this is the petroleum output, which needs to come up to here. It's the easiest way to manage this. I guess just alongside here, right? It'll be a while before we can actually do anything with this, because figuring out how to survive the oil long enough to actually accomplish my goal continues to be a mess. Let's... yeah, let's just demolish all of this. Like that, I think. It's a life support task. Oh, no wonder it keeps happening. Alright, I'm gonna let them through, and I'll just try and keep an eye on it and not send them down here. It's not the builds in oil that are the problem. It's the life support task. It's jumping into the oil to rescue Devanok. This is fine. This is fine. Good. I worry that by building this, they won't be able to reach this spot. I'm hoping that they can stand here and do all of the building and digging necessary, but I don't actually know if that's true. Alright, how are we doing over here? Insufficient resources, okay. Does that mean I've used them all? And Demolior remains untouched? Already rummaged. What happened to... It's a decent number of eco power banks, okay. How many of these do I need, actually? Did it fire? Yeah, I'm not actually sure. It looks like it did. And it looks like it accomplished actual nothing. Nope, the HP bar is still at 1,000 of 1,000. Although maybe if I look at the star map, it hasn't hit it yet. That's why. Why is this so low? What happened to the eco power banks? Is that not what the eco power banks are for? I don't think I understand what's going on. Hang on. Oh, they're empty. It's making an empty eco power bank. Hold on. Rechargeable power bank can power buildings. Duplicates can produce new eco power banks. Sure. There's a disposable power bank and a rechargeable power bank. Okay. Self-charging power bank. Dang. So how do I charge it? Power bank charger. Aha. Okay, have I researched that? Power bank I have, in fact, researched that. Okay, great. Great. I'm maybe not building it out of the very hot aluminum, since that would immediately overheat. So let's hit this button one more time. I'm down to 214 kilograms of nickel ore. Dang. How am I? What am I spending my nickel ore on? I guess everything. Probably everything. Also, how much does the power bank need? Is it a utility? Is it a station? Might be a station. No. Does not seem to be a station. Perhaps it is... Why isn't it a station? What? Maybe it's in power. Yeah, there it is. I need 100. Okay, that's fine. We can get to 100. Yeah, it does still say 0 seconds to intercept. So that's, you know, not exactly sure how that works. Travaldo earned a skill point. Congrats. Your morale is not doing great relative to your morale needs. So maybe we'll just sit here. How's the nature reserve doing? Are people still getting nature reserve points? Yes. But Travaldo didn't. Maybe because he didn't sleep last cycle or something? Weird. It's more than enough eco power banks, since they're not consumable. Alright, Ooh, back to watching Grisona like a hawk. Where are you going? Storing lead. Okay. I'll trust you on this one. Yeah, slow things down and see how well this works. Alright. Great. Yeah, got out before scalding. Brief sopping wet. And otherwise fine. Okay. You did fine, buddy. Harold earned a skill point. I think that is Harold's second skill point that I'm not spending. No, it is not. Ooh, I could give Harold super hard digging. That's a thought. I might have to. Surprised that your morale is so high. You had a good meal. We have good meals on Grisona? Fascinating. I didn't think that was an option. Ah, I guess I've learned something today. Yeah, this oxygen business is also a problem, so I should really start assessing that. I bet I can start burning this pea water for an electrolyzer and feel okay about that. That's something that we could set up like over here, and that'll start producing oxygen in this area that really needs it. Especially given how sparse the carbon dioxide is. Given that I have all these slicksters that have been eating it. — 6 grams of oxygen. Yeah, that's gonna go real well. So that seems like a thing that I could do. Also, I could just open this up and get into the oxalite. You know what? Let's do that. I'm gonna set that up, and then my idiots will have a job to do that'll feel a little bit better. Open that up and start setting up. How do I want this to be set up? I guess I want something like this, probably, is my goal. And then we can set some airflow tiles down here as well. Okay, so that is an electrolyzer. This got reordered. That's weird. Whatever. There. We can start building up. 2, 3, 4, 5. It'll end up looking like this. Put the gas pump here. Where does that need power? Perfect. Oh, I see. Okay, so we got to do it like this. Now my dupes have something to do that's a little bit safer than the thing that they've been doing. And is productive. I love productivity. Yeah, stick that at you. Sure. Alright, now I don't have to keep my hawk eyes on here. How are you doing, buddy? Harold, my friend. You're gonna be okay. As long as you're not going into the terrible area, you're gonna be fine. Do not scald yourself. Poor Harold. Poor everybody, honestly. Okay, so what is my next step while they're working on those things? This is still not gone anywhere. Low priorities for Travaldo and Noishat. And nobody else is really digging out here. I think because I have sent all the people who would have done the digging over to the other asteroid, where they have died a horrible death! Which, you know, that's great. Thank you, Seabot. I need this. Ugh. Drown my sorrows. Actually, tell me a little bit more about oxygen production. Oh, that's close enough. We're probably fine. Maybe not long term, but is this total as opposed to per asteroid? Like, can I see individual asteroid reports? There wasn't an option to inhale and exhale deeply. Fair enough. Yeah, this has got to be total across the entire everything, as opposed to across just this asteroid. Planetoid, rather. Because I'm only producing oxygen on one of my asteroids, right? The 3 dupes that are consuming oxygen on Grisona are basically not really consuming oxygen compared to this number. So I'm actually net positive on the asteroid I care about. Do they need to be triggered? I don't know. That's a good question. Time to intercept 0 seconds. Okay. But, like, what else can I do with them? Long-range explosive projectile that defends against instant space objects. Launched by a meteor blaster. Canned air from Spaceballs. Yeah, I need that canned air. This is also going to need some oxygen, or well, what's the best way to manage this, actually? guess... Because it needs to come from here. Because I don't want anything backtracking along this pipe, right? I don't want this coming backwards this way. So... You know, this would be so much easier if this was just doing this. So let's do that. I think it needs to do this way, otherwise it's not going to get built. Whenever dupes get displaced, they always, like... Feels like they have a hard time figuring out what to do with themselves after that. Oh no, rotten barbecue. Terrible news. Oh, yeah, the oxygen over here now is kind of opening up. So that's helpful. Some more soon-to-be-dead Sweetles. I'm surprised that these Sweetles have survived as long as they have. Good. Looking good. What are we working on here? Any additional things happening here? This is doing the thing. That's good. Yeah, there is some brine being sent out. And this is mostly moving slowly because I'm waiting for it to heat up, which is, I'm okay with that. I thought this was going to heat up more, but I guess if this isn't running, there's not as much heat to absorb. We're doing okay on food, so I don't need to be too concerned. Yes, okay. So this is cooling off a bit in the brine. but like not nearly as much as I would have expected. I guess it takes a while for that heat transfer to actually happen. Well, this Wheezewort may end up suffering. How are things doing over here? Alright, so... for now, that needs to not be connected. We'll figure it out. This is going to have power. And it needs to pipe out... not pipe out. Vent out. To here. To here? Sure. This hydrogen will go where? I guess I'll build a hydrogen power plant out here, and that'll help. Which I guess means... I'm going to want to power connect to here somehow. Probably like this. And it might as well connect to a gas reservoir first. Cobalt ore. What was I running before? Copper? Copper. Alright. Let's just start with the cobalt. Yeah, much better. We're going to need to pipe this over to here. Alright, that seems helpful. Breathability concerns? Where? Probably on the surface, actually. Yep. What are you doing out here? Picking up iron. Oh, because there was a door here and I deleted it in order to make room for the heavy wire. So that's why people are thinking they can come out here with impunity. Whatever. Fine. What's your problem? Pressure. I'm not getting enough chlorine in here. Maybe I should just start sending chlorine back up here. I am keeping it handy for some reason. Wait, was this the chlorine? I don't even know what this is. No, this is the hydrogen. The chlorine's down here. I really do need to do something with this, otherwise it's just going to back up. Where am I sending this chlorine? I kind of think maybe I do just send it into here so that the Megafrond can eat it. Yo, progress is actually being made over here? That's wild. What else needs to happen out here? This is like real slow. They're just never coming out to here, unfortunately. That is a thing that I'm going to have to manage at some point. I guess because they keep on doing things here. This feels like it's a lot less important. Maybe go do the other thing instead. Do that after this stuff gets built out, so salt water is less of a problem. Okay, yeah, we gotta send this stuff somewhere, and I think by somewhere, it's just going to be right back up to here. You know what I can do is actually repurpose all of this piping. Flip this around, maybe. All right, see you around, Seabot. Thanks for dropping by. Let's flip that. Deconstruct this bridge. Anything good? Sweetle eggs. Interesting. Do I want Sweetles on my main asteroid? Probably not. Do I want either of these dupes? Amari's not bad. Not like a great set of interests, but a pretty okay dupe. And there is room for, you know, just to have another dupe. Given what my losses have been like. His operating's not bad. Yeah, alright. Let's print you. And we can start off with the research points, because the extra science is nice for, you know, the thing. Also, what is a geotuner? I've seen this word crop up enough times that I feel like I should know what they do. Increases the temperature and output of an analyzed geyser. Really? Must be built within a dedicated room. Okay. Sends a green signal when the geyser is erupting. Huh. makes a geyser better at geysering. However, it increases the temperature of whatever's coming out. That's neat. Do I have any geysers that I want to hit with a geotuner? The cool slush one actually seems like that would be a decent fit. Since it's already, like, appropriately low temperature, and having more water is always a good idea. But maybe I have enough water between the two of these? Maybe. Unclear. Oh, okay. So the radiant liquid pipe is actually working here because it's lowering the speed at which it's I can see some effect here, right? The smoker is cooling off relative, not cooling off, but like it's not getting as hot as fast. What happened? Was somebody stupid? Not yet. We're out of bionic power. What happened to that charger? Did this thing ever finish? I guess I never built it. But did this thing ever finish doing the thing? Yes. So I have some manufactured materials that I can use to build a power bank charger. And then, instead of eating refined materials, my dupes can eat power. Which, unclear whether this is going to cost me more power than it would have to just make a metal power bank. But at least it doesn't cost me the metal that goes into the power bank. So, seems good. Now, where do I build this? Just needs to go somewhere where the dupes can get at it so they can retrieve the eco power banks. Feels like it can go pretty much anywhere. If it's a little bit out of the way, that's probably fine. Sure. Hey, this opened up. Good. Waiting delivery. Well, we've got a decent chunk. So, X20. Do we have X20? I think we have 15? I don't know how many I ended up making. 15. And this will charge them, presumably. Gossman earned a skill point. Are you ready to be better at doctoring, Gossman? Not that we have needed it, but thank you anyway. What's our progress here? This is this ready? This needs to filter out hydrogen. This is not quite fully assembled yet, but we're getting there. interior here is fully assembled. So we can take the appropriate steps to close it off. And then finish connecting that. I will have to open this door for people to get in. So we'll send in exactly Harold. Oh, you're coming in here already at low oxygen? Already with light wounds? Yeah, let's not. Let's not. Mistakes were made. I need you to not do this thing. I need you to build instead. I need you to build exactly these things, buddy. Alright, then I need you to leave here and not be able to return. Oh, I forgot to do automation here. Crap. Alright, we need a gas element sensor. Actually, we need to disconnect that again. This even wasn't even built. Okay, so it's still not connected. Okay, so we need automation, gas element sensor here. That connects to a buffer gate. Sure, there. Unreachable build. Disaster. All right. No gas output. Don't lie to me. No, you're not lying. Just go to the vent. That's what the vent is for. Dang, this is a construction process. Alright, you are sensing hydrogen. Now, we can finish closing this off. Once again, Harold is allowed through, specifically to build priority this stuff. You're idle? You really don't have anything to do? We have to build another door down here. So that my idiots won't, like, So that they can get started on this other stuff without putting themselves in danger. No good place for a door, though. Okay. Standard permissions for everybody. And what we're going to do is right here, we're going to deconstruct this. Water sieve does not need to be top priority. Water sieve can be a normal priority. But I'm going to keep an eye on people as they come through. Make sure they accomplish goals. Correct goals. Alright. That went well. Don't. Abe. Going to dig. Okay, sure. Storing lead. How do I feel about allowing you to do this? I don't feel good about allowing you to do this, actually. Cook. What? Is there, like... What? I don't understand. No, you're not allowed in the oil for that, whatever that is. I don't know what you're doing, but don't do it. I'm gonna spend so much time in yellow alert here because these hello? Okay. Awkward? I need the Sweetles to get out of the way? Thank you? Why doesn't that work? Oh, because of the ladder. Excuse me? Can I not build over the pipe? I can. Oh. Because the water sieve is in the way. Because this is the actual power location for the water sieve. That's why. Yeah, I can't overlap that thing. Okay. Slightly updated plan then. It's just gonna go here. And we're gonna have to... Oh, no, that doesn't work either. Awkward. Awkward. I hate this. You know what? Just no power for now. Just no power for now. We're not even doing anything here. Okay, they can go through until this is built. Okay. Fine. Now everything is fine, and at least they'll have something to work on. Good. Now they can do whatever they want. Engage in business, because they're not going to go into this area that's too dangerous. I think I need to actually do this differently. I think I need to do this this way. I think that will be a lot more manageable. Because I think they'll actually be able to build this without stepping into the oil. All right, back over here. Is this doing the thing? It is recharging power banks. Takes a bit of time, doesn't it? Unclear whether it takes more or less time than building a power bank. Is there any indicator that shows, like, progress on this thing? That would be helpful. Yeah, I know. I'm making them power. What do you think is happening here? Really? Can you not? Oh. Oh. My mistake. It's fine. Sainiku has 7 athletics. Harold has 6 athletics. And New Guy... Where are you, New Guy? Abe has 5 athletics. Okay. So Sainiku is the one that we can most trust to come out here and do the thing. So Sainiku exactly is allowed to come out here. And we're going to prioritize this stuff. Interesting. Let me get out of there. still scalding? Now they're fine. Yeah, this aluminum is still in the 400 degrees Celsius. My God. Probably because there's so much of it. This is idle. I'm gonna leave that alone for now. Yeah, I have to dormant this, and once this becomes dormant, I can come in here and maybe work around some of this disaster aluminum. Figure out what I'm doing here. Because this is just gonna heat up really fast, I'm afraid. Maybe unblocking this aluminum volcano was a mistake. But if it was a mistake, it's a long-term mistake. It's not something that matters immediately. It is a lot of aluminum is the thing. Like, that is absolutely true. I just need it to be usable, and it's not currently usable at its current temperature. Time to make another solar panel? Maybe. How's this star map going? Yeah, these still haven't intercepted. This is weird. I don't like this. That's super weird. It doesn't look like it's doing the thing, does it? It's still just hovering there and has been for ages. That's concerning. Need to dump water onto the aluminum? I mean, my plan is to have the aluminum dump itself into this brine down here. Intracosmic blast shot. A long-range explosive projectile that defends against distant space objects. Versus moving that chunk. Sure, sure. Well, the chunk is already in the brine. It's just a long-term process for it to transfer all of the heat that's in it to the surroundings. At the moment, it's not yet terrible. But I'm hoping it improves. How are we doing over here? Covering from heat, not yet injured though, which is cool. Health at 100, so that's great. San doing the thing also, that's fine. We can just not worry about opening that up, though. We can just stay away from this at this point. This is recharging a power bank. Ecos. 12 units. I guess there's 3 in here? Does it do multiples at a time? 1 unit. Maybe people are holding on to it? I don't know what happened there. Well, I guess if I lose them, it's just Abyssalite, so that's not really a concern. But... the thing takes forever to charge up the thing. Build time, 30 seconds. Doesn't tell me how long it takes to charge up the actual power banks, though. It's not doing great. Sainiku made it into the water. That's a problem. Where are you going? Yeah, you're not allowed in there anymore. You walked into the oil. You have lost oil entry privileges. I need a triage cot for you, don't I? Your HP is concerning. Thing with getting deep into this Colony Sims games is finding the little annoyances. Yeah, and finding ways to mitigate them, I think, is maybe the bigger thing. Moderate wounds. Those are some wounds, in fact. Total change per cycle, 0. Really? 0? Isn't, like, bed rest supposed to change it by 25 per cycle or something? Few scrapes and bruises. It's true. Maybe they haven't gotten bed rest since getting injured? I'm building you a triage cot. Time to get triaged. Oh, the temperature went down here. Heck yeah. The water's doing the trick. Now the temperature up here isn't above 40. So maybe they'll actually be able to plant the rosebush seed and have it work. Yeah, look at that pretty little rosebush. 25 decor. Love to see it. Two microchips. That's not a lot of microchips. Delivered and empty, so now it's charging again. Nobody is dying of not enough bionics. So that's great. Ah, we found a Santa Shell row. Heck yeah. Perfect. Time to eat some poke shells, I think. Yeah, now that Santa shells are being created, permanently eat all of the poke shells. Why are you glum? Oh, because the grooming wore off. What's up with Gizmo? Is Gizmo wounded also? A lot of people are wounded, actually. They also have light wounds. Bed rest. Will incrementally heal over while on bed rest. Oh, literally while sleeping, they'll gain plus 25 per cycle. But they're only sleeping for, what, a 10th of a cycle? So that's 2.5 health each cycle, actually? Like, it's just lying to me. Well, not like lying, but the kind of lying that it's allowed to do by telling the truth. Alright. Misleading numbers. That was the word I was looking for. It's misleading me. No deep red over here anymore. So that's great. That's great. This is like still warm, but it's not in the like 55s. So that's cool. All right. Once again, progress has been made. I feel really good about that. We're no closer to getting Demolier finished, unfortunately. And the whole saga with the oil is definitely not resolving itself with any speed. So, I certainly don't like my odds against Demolier in the near future. But we'll see if we can clean this one up better than it's been. That said, it is that time. The time has come for the stream to end. So keep an eye on this stuff. But any additional work is going to have to be on a future stream. So run that save and call it a night. Alright, good progress. I don't know if it's enough progress, but it is good progress. And of course we have some dupes to mourn. But, that's how it goes. I can no longer claim my 100% or my 0% mortality rate. Bummer. Well, more stuff to work on. Safety is important, and now I know a little bit more about how to make that happen. But that is going to be... Any of that work is going to be for a future stream, because we are done here for the night. So thank